So, Shodama sir, can we start now?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay, so the very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the 3-day online workshop on statistical analysis organized by the MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology MBA Department in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch. So we are guided by our patron, Dr. Nandan Gupta, who is the Chancellor of the Swami Vivekananda University, and Professor Joydev Shorthil, the President of Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal branch, and the former Professor of Bardwan University. And our joint convener for this program is Dr. Manos Sarkar and me, Ms. Professor Amitabha Gupta. And our organizing committee from both the organizations, Dr. Arindam Das, the Secretary, IIA South Bengal branch, Dr. Abhijit Roy, Joint Secretary of Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, Dr. Shohab Joardar, Joint Treasurer of Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, Dr. Sharnava Das, Principal Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, Dr. Shonali Ghosh, Principal of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, Professor Kapali Gupta, HOD of MBA Department, Professor Sandeep Rai Chaudhary, Assistant Professor of MBA Department, Professor Amit De, Supriya Roy, also the Assistant Professor of the MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, and Dr. Anirban Hajra, who is the Assistant Professor of our Associate Institute, Swami Vivekananda University. Our today's technical coordinator is Professor Orkojit Jana, who is handling all the this technical aspect. So we have scheduled this 3-day session into total 6 sessions. That is, each day we are going to have 2 sessions. Like today we are having 2 sessions, tomorrow we'll be having 2 sessions, and day after tomorrow we'll be having 2 sessions. For this 6 sessions, we are having speakers, eminent speakers like Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty from St. Xavier's University, Dr. Anirban Hajra from Swami Vivekananda University, Mr. Vishal Verma from the Alumnus Software, and Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay, who is the Associate Professor from NIT Durgapur. Now each day we will be having 2 sessions, as we have already discussed, and after completion of the second session of each day, we will be giving one feedback form that needs to be filled by everybody. That is necessary for the certification purpose. On the second day after completion of the second session, that is 4th session, we will be having one assessment that will be an MCQ based assessment, and it is mandatory for each participant to attend that particular test. Because that is mandatory for the certification program. So this is the basic guideline for this session, for this program. So this is your host. I'll be the host for this whole program for the next 3 days, or starting from today. So now I would like to request Dr. Sharnava Das, Principal of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, to give the welcome address for the participants and the speakers. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible, Amitabha sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yeah.
Very good afternoon to all of you, respected dignitaries. Dr. Manos Noskar, Executive Editor.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Sir, একটুখানি wait করে যান, sir, please. একটুখানি, sir.
Is there any problem?
Just, sir, একটুখানি, sir, just hold it. আমি বলে দিচ্ছি। স্যার প্লিজ স্টার্ট।
We are very sorry for the inconvenience of the technical problem. So, good afternoon to all of you. Respected dignitaries, Dr. Manos Noskar, Executive Editor, Journal of Business Spectrum of South Bengal Branch of Indian Accounting Association, Dr. Swag Juadda, Joint Treasurer of South Bengal Branch of Indian Accounting Association, respected participants here, faculties, research scholars, and postgraduate students present here from the different parts of the country. My dear colleagues and students, I formally welcome you all in the 3-day online workshop on behalf of the Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science. I hope and believe that this 3-day workshop will help a lot to the research scholars and faculty members who are working, who are carrying out their research program
Madam, please mute
in the
yourself.
field of social science and allied disciplines. I wish our organizing team for the grand success of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the welcome address to the audience. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Manos Sarkar, joint convener of the program, to make the audience aware about the theme of this particular workshop, sir.
Amitabha sir,
Yes.
he is Dr. Manos Noskar.
Manos Noskar, sorry. Sorry, sir. Sorry,
And
Dr. Manos Noskar, right, sir.
And Amitabha sir, I request you to switch off the microphone of everyone, please.
Right. All the participants, please switch off your microphone, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Gupta and Amitabha Gupta. Now, actually, I am Manos Noskar, not Sarkar, and Dr. Das already rectified it. Okay, no problem. So, I request to all the participants, please just switch off your microphone. Respected principal of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, Dr. Swarnabh Das, Joint Convener, Professor Amitabha Gupta of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, Joint Treasurer of Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal Branch, Dr. Sohag Juadda, the dignitaries of the Indian Accounting Association, and our Secretary, Professor Arindam Das, is present here, and also All India Treasurer Arindam Gupta, Professor Arindam Gupta, is also present here. Honorable member of the Indian Accounting Association, the organizing committee of this 3-day workshop, my dear colleagues and dear participants, very good afternoon to all of you. It's a great pleasure and delight that the Department of MBA, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institute is organizing 3-day online workshop on application of SPSS and Excel in statistical data analysis in collaboration with the Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal Branch. So thanks to the entire team of the Swami Vivekananda Institute group, and they have taken this initiative to organize this workshop on such a beautiful emergent topic, which is very important in the present time for the students, research scholar, faculty members, data analytics, corporates, and others. Now, it's a burning issue to all of us, particularly those who are attached with the research field and data analysis, that which software will be used for data analysis purpose, which are comparatively easier, or which are user friendly, and which are affordable also. In this respect, I have gone through some of the report published. That from the report, from the more than 55 software which is popularly used for data and analysis purpose, then 40% they used, more than 40% use SPSS, and 20% R, and 17% Prism, like this. And it is also seen that Excel holds the 7th position, and more than 6.62% they are using the Excel for data analysis, particularly for research purpose. If we coming to our topic, or today's topic, if we consider MS Excel first, we generally use it to calculate sum, or calculating the average, or using some minor formula, or draw the chart and diagram. However, the MS Excel has ruled the statistical world for years due to its user-friendly interface and its ability to manage the organized massive data. It aids in analyzing data in a systematic manner. Analyze data in Excel empowers all the understand the data through natural knowledge query, and allow us to ask question about our data without having to write complicated formula. In addition, analyze data provides high level visual summarize trends and patterns. Microsoft Excel enables user to identify trends and organize and sort data into meaningful categories. Excel also performs human resource functions such as sorting work hour and organizing employees profile and expenses, which help business better understand the structure and activities of the workforce. If we think about the Excel, that we can, in briefly, we can say that it is a very best way of sorting data. We can perform varieties of calculation from Excel. We can use the various tools here, particularly in data analysis purpose. It is very easy for data visualization and drawing any charts, diagram, etc. We can print report directly, easily from it. So many free templates to use. We can code to automate. We can also transform and clean the data. On the other hand, if we coming to the SPSS, it has the overshadowed to rejects MS Excel. SPSS provides its user with various additional service in comparison with MS Excel. It is ideal for sophisticated and complex analysis. It also serves a better purpose for plotting the data calculation. SPSS is a comprehensive statistical software. Many complex statistical tests are available as a built-in features, interpretations of results, and which is relatively easier. And we can say from the Excel that it is an easier and quicker access on basic functions like descriptive statistics, in pull-down menus, etc. It is a wide range of chart, graphs, and chosen forms. It is faster access in statistical test. If we compare these two with among the others, SPSS is a statistical tool for batch processing, and it is the gold standard of start packaging, whereas Excel is data manipulation tools. It is used data manipulation procedures to produce accurate result. And we can say that both are very important tools for data analysis. But on a better note, MS Excel is a perfect tool for beginners at the initial level of data analysis. The popularity and strength of MS Excel is unquestionable. So this workshop is most pertinent for all the participants, as it is phase 1 of this workshop organized by jointly with the Indian Accounting Association and Swami Vivekananda group of institute. So then this workshop, we have with us 4 eminent speaker who will deliver their lecture, who are really the experts in this particular field of research and data analysis. Of course, the participant will be benefited. So thank you so much for all of you present here virtually, and best wishes in advance from my own personal behalf and also on behalf of Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch for all the participants. Have a nice next 3 days and enjoy each session. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manoj Noshkar sir, for introducing the theme to the audience. So now I would like to request Dr. Shohab Joardar, who is the Joint Treasurer of Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, to say a few words about this Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch specifically, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Amitabha Gupta sir. It is very glad for me to introduce our branch to the participants. Many of us already present here, that is the members of this branch, Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, are present here, and many of who are not the members of this branch. Now, actually, the Indian Accounting Association, that is the national body, is an interface between academicians, professionals, practitioners, and scholars from various universities, government, business organizations, and industry. The main objective of Indian Accounting Association is to promote and disseminate the knowledge of accounting and allied areas in India and abroad. Further, it aims to undertake and encourage research in the field of accounting. The association was founded by academicians and professionals in accounting on 17th March 1969 and was inaugurated on 14th February 1970 by the Accountant General of Uttar Pradesh at Benares Hindu University, Varanasi. Actually, the mother national body has been working for the last 52 years for its significant contribution to the development of accounting education and research in India. It is also a member of Organization of International Accounting of Accounting Education and Research. It is also held in high esteem by American Accounting Association and European Accounting Association. At present, Indian Accounting Association has a network of 57 branches in all over India with nearly more than 7,500 live members and a research foundation as an affiliation at Kolkata. It also brings out a biannual research journal named Indian Journal of Accounting in the months of June and December to give a wider publicity to research findings. Now, among these 57 branches, in West Bengal, we have only 2 branches, and one of them is our branch, that is Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch. Erstwhile, this branch was named as Indian Accounting Association Midnapur branch, which was established on 23rd February 2008 at Department of Commerce with Farm Management, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur, West Bengal, with an objective of spreading the academic activities related to business studies, taking into its members from different colleges and universities of West Bengal, and also from other academic institutions, professional bodies, financial institutions, and corporate bodies. Presently, our branch has 253 life members, predominantly from the institutions and corporate bodies, and also from that is districts of South Bengal, including Kolkata, Bardhaman, Purulia, Midnapur, and so on, and more, though it has members from North Bengal and outside West Bengal also. At present, our branch is the sixth largest branch of the All India Association in terms of strength of membership, and hence its importance at national level. From this branch, Professor Arindam Gupta holds the post of All India Treasurer, and Dr. Kajal Baron Jana, Professor Pradip Kumar Shamanto, and Professor Arindam Das, the present secretary of this branch, are the All India Executive Committee members. Since 2011, it also brings out a biannual research journal named Business Spectrum in the months of June and December to encourage young research scholars. From this year, we have started to observe the foundation day of our branch by sharing our thoughts and experience since its inception. Throughout the year, Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch tries to cater academic activities through seminars, workshops, FDP, short-term courses, and webinars. During the pandemic period of nearly 2 years, this branch organized a maximum number of lecture series, webinars, workshops, FDP, and short-term courses in collaboration with reputed organizations on online mode successfully. The branch has been conducting National Accounting Talent Search Examination on behalf of the national body since 2009. We hope in near future, this branch can achieve the highest rank of the association, both in respect of academics and number of life members. If I start, if I want to cover the whole activities of our branch, I think it will take 10 to 15 minutes more. So I should stop here, and a very good afternoon to you all. Over to Professor Amitabha Gupta, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for introducing the Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch to the audience. So we'd love to hear from you about this branch in near future, definitely. So we can give you some more time. So now we are very much glad that we are having with us Professor Arindam Gupta, Professor Vidyasagar University, Midnapur, who is the National Treasurer of Indian Accounting Association and the Senior Vice President of South Bengal, the branch of Indian Accounting Association. So it will be great, sir, if you can say a few words to us about this particular session.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
My beloved principal of this college, Dr. Shardavo, Professor Gupta, Dr. Devanshu Chatterjee, Dr. Manus Naskar, Dr. Sohag Juardar, Professor Arindam Das, and as many participants I can see right now, which has crossed 100. So all of you, on behalf of Indian Accounting Association, I extend a hearty welcome to all of you to this event, in which our IAA South Bengal branch is a collaborator. And naturally, as you have already been briefed about our association by Dr. Juardar, you can understand now that our parent body, Indian Accounting Association, is basically a branch-based organization. So whenever a branch is collaborating with this college to host this event, automatically the parent body also in turn becomes a collaborator. And I am very happy to be associated with this event because I can recall some of my experience, personal experience, which may be 7, 8 years old, if not more, that I was invited by Dr. Sharnabhu Das to speak on any topic of choice in the college by visiting the college at Sonarpur campus. And it was a very pleasant experience for me that I have been there and I interacted with the students over there. So now you see, years have passed, we have become older by those numbers of years, but the relationship remains as it is. And Dr. Sharnabhu Das becoming our member and then now is an executive committee member, was very keen to host an event in association with our professional body. And in this way, our association functions wherever our members are existing, like Dr. Noshkar existing in, working in Raiganj University, Dr. Joardar working in Kirirpur College, so many other, Professor Arindam Das is in University of Burdwan. So in this way, our members are in well positioned in different colleges and universities, not only in our state but also outside the state. So we often get such kinds of proposals from them to host joint events. And as the list was not being uh, given by Dr. Juardar because of paucity of time, if you join our association, you will feel how much active we are and how in different kinds of programs we are active. Not only this kind of workshop, but we also organize webinars. More importantly, we have a journal. Publishing a journal is a very tough academic job among all in the present context. So that is also being undertaken by Dr. Noshkar, Professor Shamunto, and others in the branch. So in this way, our professional body is growing, your institution is also growing. So when two institutions, combine together, come together, then in management there is a term we call synergy, when 2 plus 2 become not 4 but more than 4 or say 5. So our joint output becomes more than our individual capacity oriented output. So that we expect, that I believe to happen or to take place also here when the very reputed resource persons will come and deliver on different important topics. And I consider this event will be most successful if the participants or the learners are benefited by the outcome of this workshop. So with this, I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak some words in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, Dr. Arindam Gupta, for your nice words of encouragement for this particular initiative on behalf of the Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes. So we are really thankful organization is Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch to give us the opportunity to work together. So that is a wonderful opportunity for us, sir. So now, actually, we are just at the end of our formal inauguration session. So now we'll be getting into our formal structure of the session for the session number 1 with Dr. Anirban Hajra. So, but for before that, we'll be taking 2 minutes of time to technically adjust all the participants. So we are just taking 2 minutes of time. Then we'll be starting the session, sir. Okay, thank you so much for bearing with us. So we are now ready to start our session. So now I would like to request Dr. Devanshu Chatterjee, who is the assistant professor of MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, to formally introduce our the speaker of the session one of day one, and Dr. Anirban Hajra. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Amitabha, sir. Thank you. Well, very good afternoon to all the participants and delegate members over here. I think I'm audible, right? Hello?
Yes, you're.
Yes, sir.
Is I'm audible?
Yes,
Yeah, fine. Yeah, a very good afternoon to all the participants and delegates present over here. I heartily welcome you all on the 3 days workshop on statistical analysis using SPSS and Excel, jointly organized by Swami Vivekananda Group of Institute, MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, and MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, and Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch. Well, to start with, may I take this opportunity to introduce our first resource person of this particular event, Dr. Anirban Hajra. Dr. Hajra is an economics graduate and doctorate in economics from the University of Burdwan. He is presently working as an assistant professor and research and development coordinator in the School of Management, Swami Vivekananda University. He has several publications in referred journals of both national and international repute. He also published several papers in various edited volumes of different national and international publishers. His research area lies in econometrics, development economics, microeconomics, and growth economics, etc. So now may I request Dr. Anirban Hajra, sir, to take the session. Sir, the session is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. I think I'm audible.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Am
Yes,
I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you, Professor Chatterjee. Now we start the session. So first, we'll start with the descriptive and inferential statistics, and which will be very much useful in everyday data analysis structure. So first, to start with, we first need to understand those descriptive and inferential statistics, what are the consist of, and then we'll understand in the later sessions how to use them through SPSS and Excel. Okay.
So excuse me, your voice is cracking. If you could make it more clear, sir.
Yes, sir. The background noise is coming actually.
So background noise is coming. Exactly, sir. So if you could make it more clear.
Now is it audible enough?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So if we break down the concepts into some relevant questions like what is statistics and what are population, sample, and etc., then I think it will be better to understand those things. So first of all, we'll start with those. I know in this session we have faculties from all around the India, and there are some students and scholars as well. But still, for the perspective of the students, I will start with the basics. Okay. So first, what is statistics then? Now, if we look around, then we'll find that it might be seen silly to define a concept as basics, as statistics on data analytics blog. Now, however, when we use these terms often, it's easy to take them for granted. Now, since they are so fundamental to data analytics, statistics are also vitally important to any field that data analytics work in. From science to psychology to marketing, medicine, management sciences, the wide range of statistical techniques out there can be broadly divided into two categories: descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. But what's the difference between them? This is the first question arises in any researcher's mind when they start with those things. So, in a nutshell, descriptive statistics focuses on describing the visible characteristics of a data set, a population. We may say the data set means a population or a sample, whatever. So, meanwhile, inferential statistics focuses on making predictions or generalizations about larger data set based on sample of those data mostly. So before we go explore these two categories of statistics further, it helps to understand what population and sample mean. So first we'll start with the what are population and sample in statistics. Now in this simple picture, we can clearly have an idea about the population and sample. So two basics but very vital concepts in statistics are those population and sample. So we can define them as like in case of population, we may say that population is the entire group that you wish to draw data from and subsequently draw conclusions. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Able to hear.
Am I audible? And can you
Yes,
see
sir.
my
No,
can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir,
no,
you're
no.
audible.
Sir, we can't see the presentation.
Can you please share your screen?
Okay. Oh, there is must be something. So I am unable to actually present my screen somehow. Uh, is it possible to enabling me so that I can present my screen?
Sir, what you can do is you can just share the PPT to us. We can share on behalf of you. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sharing the PPT through email. Just a minute, guys. Without the PPT, I think it will be not much easier. Okay, just a minute. I must share the PPT first because I'm unable to share the PPT. Can I email it to Professor Amitabha Gupta?
Yes, please send. I have shared my email ID with you.
Just
Sir, meeting.
So I have already sent the PPT. Please let me know when you got that PPT. So can I start now? Hello, am I audible?
Can you please share your
You can always,
Yes, sir.
whenever we are getting the PDF ready, will be shared.
no, sir, not like that.
So in
Only
the
you can
meantime,
share on the portal.
can I start?
Sir, yes.
Yes, Anirban, please can you continue, please.
Okay. So I think the problem has been resolved. So now I'll start again. So we are discussing about the population and sample, right? So first, population is the entire group that you wish to draw data from, right? It is a very known fact to all, but I'll still remembering the things that population is the entire group that you wish to draw data from and subsequently draw like conclusions about. While in day-to-day life, the word is often used to describe groups of people, such as the population of a country or a region, etc. So, in statistics, it can apply to any group from which you will collect information. This is often people, but it could also be uh, seen that it could be the whole world or animals or objects, observations, plants, colors, whatever it is. And a sample is representative of a group or representative group of a larger population. Now random sampling from representative groups allow us to draw broad conclusions about an overall population, and this approach is commonly used in polling purposes. So I will discuss those things later, but uh, sometimes it has been asked that a small group of people about their views on certain topics, we may sometimes observe them and we try to draw a conclusion out of that. So they can be used this information to make informed judgments and about what the larger population thinks. So this actually this is happens and the researcher or the research organization, sometimes this has to do because for the purpose of time, money and accessibility, availability, etc. So all the time it is not feasible to get all get data of the all the population. So we sometimes need to draw the sample of the population, and we have to draw conclusions by analyzing the samples out of the populations. And sometimes we use the weighted techniques to draw population estimations out of the sample data set. So in the PPT there was a picture where there are 12 like observations are there. You may say that there are 12 people or anything else are there, and out of this is the whole population where there are 12 people, and randomly selected 4 people are there, and the numbers are also given. So this picture actually show how the are taken from the population. Now the image illustrates the concept of population and sample itself. So using random sample measurements from a representative group, we can estimate, predict or infer characteristics about the larger population.
Anirban, sorry to disturb. Actually,
Yes.
the screen has already been shared. So you can just tell here, I mean, in which slide you are, so that we can change the slide accordingly.
Okay. It is slide number 4.
Okay, so Orkojit, please send change to slide number 4. Yes, Anirban, it has been changed to slide number 4.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. So is it visible to everyone? I think now. Okay. So the image illustrates the concept of population and sample as well. Now using random sample measurements from a representative group, we can estimate, predict or infer characteristics about the larger population. While there are many technical variations on this technique, like random sampling, random stratified sampling, purposive sampling and so on, but they all follow the same underlying principles. So now we understand the concepts of population and sample. So we are ready to explore now the descriptive and inferential statistics in a bit more detail. The next slide, please. So now the question arises, what is descriptive statistics? So descriptive statistics are used to describe the characteristics or features of a data set. So the term
Sir,
descriptive
slide is not visible.
Orkojit sir, slide is not visible. Please make it.
Can you see
Now,
the slide
now
now?
it is
I mean,
visible.
it is visible now.
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
Admin sir, please tell the speaker to speaker to share the screen. That's easy for him to explain.
No, no, it's okay. No problem because there are a few slides and more to explain rather than showing in the slide.
No, sir. Only you can share, no, sir.
There are some technical problems maybe. So okay, no problem. In the meanwhile, I will let you know the.
Because here, what you are explaining, what they are showing, not matching. That's why.
Now, now I'm start with the slide number 5. What is descriptive statistics? So, is it visible now to all?
They are not presenting.
No, sir.
There may be some technical issues.
Yes, sir. Visible now.
Okay. So, uh, so the term descriptive statistics, it actually the term actually told the story, but it can be used to describe both individual quantitative observation, which are also known as summary statistics, as well as the overall process of obtaining insights from these data. So we can use descriptive statistics to describe both an entire population or an individual sample. So because they are merely explanatory, descriptive statistics are not heavily concerned with the differences between the two types of data. So, what measures do descriptive statistics? You can look at the distribution, central tendency, variability. Now, while there are many other methods, but still the most usable methods are these, and we will look into these. So, the next slide, please. So now the question arises, what is distribution? So before going into the example, I must say that so distribution shows us the frequency of different outcomes or data points. So in a population or sample, if we look into, in sometimes there are data given in form of
అందుకని
RAM.
అడుగుతుంది మోడల్ పేపర్స్ లేవు కదా ఫోటో తీసుకుంటా
Participants, please mute your mics. Otherwise, there are so many noises comes. Okay.
No one is sharing the PPT. Directly you are explaining, but we are not visible.
Anirban, what you can try actually this PPT sharing is applicable for anybody and everybody in this group. Anybody can share PPT. Okay. So
Yes,
you can
we can
try
share,
to share
but
the PPT.
we don't have PPT. Can you please share it in a WhatsApp group? Then it is possible to share.
No, I don't
Definitely. What I'm trying to say, Anirban, what you can do is you can share the PPT of your own also.
Yes, the speaker also can share. The share option is there, no, sir.
But I cannot find the share option.
Here, number of
It is,
participants you can see, no, sir, 169.
yeah,
There, one hand you see, raising hand.
yes.
Besides that, option is there, present now.
But present now option is disabled.
Present now option is there, sir.
Option is there, but it is disabled somehow.
When you click, your entire screen option is also there.
Let me try. So can you see the screen?
Yes,
Is it
Dr.
visible?
Amitabha. Yes, Dr. Amitabha. Now PPT is visible. You can continue.
Okay, okay. So distribution shows us the frequency of different outcomes or data points. So in a population or sample, we often have there are group data, ungrouped data, continuous data, but still uh, mostly frequencies are there. And before going into the example, anyone asking me anything? Okay. So we can elaborate that as a number in a list or table, or we can represent it graphically as a basic example. So the following list shows the number of those with different hair colors for our instance in a data set of 286 people. You can see that there are brown hair, black hair, and blah blah blah. So we can also present this information visually, for instance in a pie chart as well, or else we can create a table. So generally using visualizations is a common practice in descriptive statistics, and it helps us to more readily spot pattern or trends in dataset. So the next question is, what is central tendency? I think it is these statistical basic parts are known to all. I will recall them. So central tendency, again the name told the story. So central tendency is the name for measurements that look at the typical central values within a data set. So this does not just refer to the central value within an entire data set, which is called the median. Rather, it is general term used to describe a variety of central measurements. So, for instance, it might be include central measurements from different quartiles of a larger data set as well. So, common measures of central tendency includes the mean, median, and mode. So mean mostly is the average. There are three types of it: arithmetic mean, geometric, and harmonic mean. And there is a median as well, the middlemost value, the central value. We can say that, and the mode, which is the value the occurrence of which is highest, or we can say the value that appears most often in the data set. So once again, using our hair color example, we can determine that Mean measurement is, if you can look into that, so you also can measure the mean measurement is 50 will be 57.2. That means the total value of the measurements divided by the number of values, right? So the total values, total values divided by the number of values. So here the number of values are like brown, black, blonde. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and finally the gray and 6, and the total number is 286. So the formula is summation of xi by n. So by which you can get it will be 57.2. 286 divided by 6. Some noises are coming. Okay. So the median will be 39, the central value, and the mode will be 13 because it appears twice. You can see that for 13 appears twice, right? Although this is a heavily simplified example, for many areas of data analysis, these core measures underpin how we summarize the features of a data sample or population. So summarizing this kind of statistics in the first step in determining our key characteristics of a data set, for example, its variability. So this leads us to our next point. What is variability then? Some noises are coming. Participant, please, if you put off your mic.
Surjo Sab sir, please mute your microphone. Surjo, you please mute your microphone.
Okay. So the next question is, the next relevant question is, what is variability? Now the variability or dispersion of a data set describes how values are distributed or spread out, right? Hello, am I audible? Okay. So the variability or dispersion of a dataset describes how values are distributed or spread out. So identifying variability relies on understanding the central tendency measurements of a dataset. So, however, like central tendency variability is not just one measure. It is a term used to describe a range of measurements. So common measurements of variability includes standard deviation, minimum and maximum values, range, skewness, and kurtosis. So there are other like quartile deviation, mean deviation from mean deviation from median, and so on. So now, first to look into the, we'll just emphasize on the most commonly used ones like standard deviation, minimum, maximum, range, kurtosis, and skewness. So standard deviation, this is shown as the amount of variation of dispersion. So low standard deviation implies that most values are close to the mean. That means the average. And high standard deviation suggests that the values are more broadly spread out. That means the distance from the of the values from its middle value or the average is differentiated and it is higher. So now the common formula of standard deviation is root over of summation f into x minus x or xi minus x bar squared divided by n. That means this is the root mean square deviation. We also call them the root mean square deviations. So now next one is the minimum and maximum values. So these are the highest and the lowest values in a data set or a quartile. So using the example of our hair color data set again, you can see that here in this hair color data set again, uh, uh, the minimum and maximum values are 13 and 130 respectively, right? So now next one is the range. So this measures the size of distribution of values, and this can be easily determined by subtracting the smallest value from the largest. So in our hair color data set, the range is it will be 117. That means 130 minus 13. You can again see that the highest value is 130 and the lowest value is 13. If you subtract 13 from 130, then you can get the range, and which will be 117 in our example. So now the kurtosis. So kurtosis, so this is measures whether or not the tails of a given distribution contain extreme values, which we mostly says or describe as outliers. I think this term is very much known to all of us. Like if in a data set we take the income distribution of a group of people, and maybe for instance if we take the income distribution of any slum, so most of the people maybe earn in slum around Kolkata, and most of the people people's earning are below 30,000. Now there are maybe you take a sample like 100 households, so 90% or 85% of the household, or maybe 95% of the household are from the income group below 30,000, and there are only 5 or 10% of the people whose earning are more than 1 lakh. So this actually uh, for these outliers, these are outliers because the distance from the average of these data are very huge, and this for these actually the average will rises, and it may be that the average comes around 45,000 or 40 or 39,000, but the real picture is that 85% or 90% of the people actually earning less than 30,000, less than equal to 30,000. So or maybe there are some outliers which have very low values as well. So these we consider as outliers in our data analysis. Sometimes mostly we actually find out the outliers, and we have to eliminate them for a fruitful for the fruitful analytical results and conclusions. So if a data set has a lot of outliers, we can say it has a high kurtosis. Next one is the skewness. So this is a measure of data sets symmetry actually. Now, if you were to plot a bell curve and the right hand tail was longer in the picture, you can see that longer and flatter, we would call this is positive skewness. If the left hand tail is longer and flatter, we call this negative skewness. So this can be visible from the picture as well. I think it is visible to all. So used together, distribution, central tendency, and variability this can tell us a surprising amount of detailed information about a data set. So within data analytics, they are very common measures, especially in the area of exploratory data analysis. So once you have summarized the main features of population or sample, you are in a much better position to know how to proceed with it, and this is where inferential statistics enter into the picture. So the next question arises, what is inferential statistics then? Sorry. We actually established that descriptive statistic focuses on summarizing and the key features of the data set. And meanwhile, inferential statistics focuses on generalizations about larger population based on a representative sample of a population. So, because inferential statistics focuses on making predictions rather than studying facts, we can say that. So, its results are usually in the form of probability mostly. Now, unsurprisingly, the accuracy of inferential statistics relies. Okay. Now, unsurprisingly, the accuracy of inferential statistics relies heavily on the sample data being both accurate and representative of the larger population. So, to do this involves obtaining a random sampling process. So, if you have ever read news coverage of scientific studies, you will have come across the term before, I think. So, or I think it is very much known to all, I think. So, the implication is always the random sampling means better results. So, on the flip side, results that are based on biased or non-random samples are usually thrown out. Like the instance I have given, if like you are to you visit some place and having a simple sampling process on data on like agricultural laborers, and you visit a village, and now you randomly choose houses and take the data. This will be okay. Will be some marginal farmers, some large farmers as well, and obviously some laborers, agricultural laborers who doesn't have land, who have a bit of land, who taken land in contract, and so on. But if it is a biased one, that means you does not choose randomly, you choose the household randomly. It may happen that you move into an area where actually only the agricultural land owners are there, the large farmers are mostly are there. So the data will be biased. And the representation of agricultural laborers in the data set will be very low, and that will lead to a biased result, and the conclusion will be also biased. So the random sampling is very much needed, and on if it is a non-random sample, so usually it is thrown out. So random sampling is very important for carrying out inferential techniques, but it is not always straightforward, we can say that. So let's quickly summarize how you might obtain a random sample. So how do we obtain a random sample? First is the defining a population, describing your sample size, randomly select a sample, analyze the data sample. Now, how do we say that random sampling can be complex process and often depends on the particular characteristics of the population. So if we look into these fundamentals, we can say that like defining population. This is simply means determining the pool from which you will draw your sample. As we explained earlier, just before the example of agricultural laborers or the slums, or like the example that has been given in the slide, a population can be anything. It is not limited to people. So it could be a population of objects, cities, cats, pugs, or anything, hair color, anything else from which we can derive measurements. So next one is the deciding your sample size. So the bigger your sample size, the more representative it will be of the overall population. So it is a very much common and known fact, but still all the time it is not possible to achieve and draw a bigger sample from the population. There are time constraints, monetary constraints are there, and accessibility, availability are also there. So it is not all the time possible, but the bigger your sample size, the more representative it will be of the overall population. So drawing large samples can be time consuming, difficult, and expensive, as we all I think know that. So indeed, this is very, we draw sample in the first place. It is rarely feasible to draw data from an entire population. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your sample size should therefore be large enough, at least large. It should, all the time it is not possible to have a very large sample, but it should be large enough to give your confidence in your results, but not so small that the data risk being unrepresentative, which is just shortened for inaccurate sometimes. So there are no such kind of rules that how much, what is the percentage of population. Mostly if it is 2, 3, or 4 or 5% for a larger population, then it will be very good. Otherwise, sometimes we may take lower than that percentage of the population as a sample. So this is where using descriptive statistics can help actually, as they allow us to strike a balance between size and accuracy, as we have just discussed. So next one is the randomly select a sample. Again, the randomization. So once you have determined the sample size, you can draw a random selection. So you might do this using a random number generator, assigning each value a number and sorry. Oh. And
Mama.
Dr. Can you please mute this person, Krishna?
Okay, so once you have determined the size, you can draw the random selection. So you might do this using random number generator, assigning each value a number or symbol, maybe, and or anything, any string character, and selecting the number at random basis. So this is it. So this way we can do that, or researcher could do it by using a range of similar techniques or algorithms. Well, we won't go into the detail because it's a whole another part of the theory, but I think we'll get the idea. So next one is the analyzing the data sample, right? So now Once you have a random sample, you can use it to infer information about the larger population. So it's important to note that while a random sample is representative of a population, it will never be 100% accurate. So that there are like confidence level, 95% level of confidence, 90% level of confidence, and so on. Level of significance, or you may say that. That means if we take samples, whether it is a random, certified random sampling, or whatever it will never be 100% accurate. So, for instance, the mean or the average of a sample will match the mean the full with the full population, but it will give you a good idea of it. If the sample is unbiased, if it is a good sample, if it is the outliers are eliminated, then the mean of the sample is somehow very close to the population sample. It will mostly never be same, but it can give you a very good idea. So for this reason, it's important to incorporate your error margin in any analysis, which we cover, like we just said that the level of significance, the confidence level. So this is why, as explained earlier in this session, we just discussed any result from inferential techniques is in the form of a probability. This is the reason that is probable. It could never be the same sometimes, but there is no way you can say that it will be, it may be. So the form any result from inferential techniques is the form of a probability, we said. But presuming we have obtained a random sample, there are many inferential techniques for analyzing and obtaining insights from those data. So the list is long. It is a very long list, but there are some techniques worthy. So this includes like hypothesis testing, confidence intervals, regression, and correlation. These are the mostly used techniques. And in the further session, those has been discussed very in detail, but still I will give you a basic idea of those techniques. Now, first is the what is hypothesis testing? Now, what are hypotheses first? These are the tentative statements in the deductive reasoning of research process. Actually, hypotheses are drawn in the beginning, and in the inductive process where there are theory building processes are going on, their hypotheses, actually tentative hypotheses, are drawn after having the analyzing the observation, showing the pattern, then the hypothesis has been drawn. So now, what is a hypothesis? These are the tentative hypotheses, are tentative statements about which is of the relation between the different phenomena. In simple term, we can say that. Now, hypothesis testing involves checking that your samples repeat the results of your hypothesis or proposed explanation or not. Now, the aim is to rule out the possibility that a given result has occurred by chance. sometimes you may think twice regarding that matter, but it is actually of this kind. So, like a topical example of this is like the clinical trials for the COVID-19 vaccine. We can say that. Yeah, this is a very known and easily understandable thing. So, since it's impossible to carry out trials on an entire population, we carry out numerous trials on several random representative samples instead. Actually, in this case, you can see that it is almost next to impossible to run a trial on the whole population. So the hypothesis test in this case, in this trial case, might be asked something like does the vaccine reduce severe illness caused by COVID-19? This could be one. So by collecting data from different sample groups, we can infer if the vaccine will be effective or not. So if all samples show similar or almost similar results and we know that they are representative and random, we can generalize that the vaccine will have the same effect on the population at large. So on the flip side, if one sample shows a higher or lower efficiency than the others, we must investigate why this might be. For this reason only, I think we all have gone through the process for the first vaccination. We need to fill up a long enough form, not only by our details, but still we have to wait for half an hour. This is only the reason for if in between some something unusual happens, then they can investigate and they have the data of this thing. So they ask us, I think most of us has been gone through that process, has been asked to, after taking the first vaccine, wait for half an hour and then leave the place. So, for instance, maybe there was a mistake in the sampling process. Sometimes that does happen. Or perhaps the vaccine was delivered differently to the group. So, in fact, it was due to a dosing error that one of the COVID vaccine actually proved to be more effective than other groups in the trial. This could be actually, and this happens. We all have gone through, and we all have know that. So this is a very easily understandable, I think, thing. So, which this if it by the trials it happens that a particular vaccine proved to be more effective, then it will show that how important. Then government maybe take some tests, but for the instance, for the conclusion and analysis purposes, we can say that it actually shows how important hypothesis testing can be, even in for this case as well. So if the outlier group had simply been written off, the vaccine would have been less effective. So this is the another side of the coin. Next one is what is the confidence interval. Now, confidence interval are used to estimate certain parameters for a measurement of a population, such as the mean, and this measurement based on the sample data actually. So rather than providing a single mean value, the confidence interval provides a range of values. This is often given as a percentage. If you have ever read a scientific research paper, conclusions drawn from a sample will always be accompanied by confidence interval. You can see that. For example, let's say you have measured the trials of 40 randomly selected cats. Okay. Now you get a mean length of 17.5 centimeter of them out of them. So you also know the standard deviation of tail length is 2 centimeter. So using a spatial formula, we can say that the mean length of tail in the full population of cats is 17.5 centimeter with a 95% confidence interval. So essentially, this actually tells us that we are 95% certain that population means, which we cannot know without measuring the full population. You must consider that. That means the population mean falls within the given range. Or the 95% chances, we can say that. So this technique is very helpful for measuring the degree of accuracy within a sampling method. So for any research articles, in the conclusions, the confidence intervals are always given. This reason. So that means in the other side of the coin, we may say that there are chance of 5% occurrence of error. That means 5% chance are there still that the tail may be greater or less than that. Or it doesn't match with that. The next one is the very simple and very vastly used methods like regression and correlation analysis. So regression and correlation analysis are both techniques. These both techniques used for observing how two or more sets of variables relate to one another. Again, regression and correlation analysis are both techniques used for observing how there may be two, there may be more sets of variables relate to one another. Again, variables, not the values, the variables. By the values, we can relate, find how they are relate with one another. The variables. So regression analysis aims to determine how one dependent, or I mean, you may say output variable is impacted by one or more independent or input variables. So it's often used for hypothesis testing and predictive analytics as well. For example, to predict future sales of sunscreen. So this is summertime, so I think this example will be a very relevant one. So to predict the future sales of sunscreen and out, which we can take an output variable or the dependent variable, the future sales of sunscreen. You might compare last year's sales against whether whatever the data are available to see how much sales increased on sunny days, which are actually both input variables. Even you can take the data of sales against the weather. There are peak sale seasons, lean sale seasons, average sale seasons will be there. You may find. So by having this, you can infer the relations
Hello.
between them. Yes.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Sir, the slide is stagnant. Is it the same slide you're discussing?
Yeah. It is the same side I am discussing. The regression and correlation part I'm discussing. We'll move to the next slides after that.
And descriptive statistics, sir.
Sorry, you are on descriptive statistics. No, it is the difference between the. I will come to just come to the difference. So please, okay.
Dr. Amitabha,
Yes, sir.
the slide is showing regarding the difference between inferential and descriptive statistics.
It is not shared by me, I guess. Okay,
Okay, so
I will.
also,
No problem. We'll just start that.
okay,
We'll just start that. So before
okay,
that,
you can continue.
before that, we may conclude this correlation regression part with some. There is another slide is thank you, which is there. I don't know, but still. Orko, Orko ji, sir, please put on the last slide, not the thank you one. Okay, so the correlation analysis. Okay, that's okay. The correlation analysis meanwhile measures the degree of association between two or more data sets. So unlike regression analysis, correlation does not infer cause and effect. For instance, like again, we can take an example of like ice cream sales and sunburn. They are both likely to be higher on sunny days. We can say that they are correlated. But it would be incorrect to say that ice cream causes sunburn. They are both correlated, but we cannot say that ice cream causes sunburn. Okay. So, what we have just described here is just a small selection of a great many inferential techniques that you can use within data analytics. However, I think these this discussion provide a bit of knowledge, a basic knowledge and tangential test of the sort of predictive power that inferential statistics can offer. So next, we actually draw our summary on what's the difference between inferential and descriptive statistics. So actually in this session, we have explored the differences between descriptive and inferential statistics in a different matter. So you can see that the descriptive statistics describe the features of populations and or samples, organize the present data in a purely factual way, a noise. I think a noise is coming out.
We request everyone, please mute your microphone.
So present the final results visually using tables, charts, and graphs, which are very much easy to understand. Draw conclusion based on known data and use measures like central tendency, distribution, and variance. And and we must say that by using the descriptive statistics, we can draw the morphology of the data set or the area on which the observation or the research is going on. We can have the bone structure of that by having this comparatively simplified methods by using those. Now, in inferential statistics, there are numerous methods and rigorous methods are there. Still, we have discussed the basics and mostly used ones. So, in this, actually, it is use samples to make generalizations about larger populations. Help us to take estimates and predict further outcomes. In this part, we must say that this estimation, there are things that there are weighted estimates. Sometimes we may use the weight. You may seen in the research articles, weighted average, weight. So weight is nothing but it's kind of a multiplier. We just say that the investment multiplier, income multiplier kind of. So weight is nothing but just it is we can compare weight as a multiplier. So by if we on in the there things like in the software, if you draw the conclusion, draw the analysis by on weight on, then it will actually give you the estimated result of the whole population, which will be something different from the result of the sample. The same sample give you the result. If you just analyze the sample, it will give you a result from the sample. If you on the weight, it will give you a population estimation. This is the basic thing. Now, so it actually helps us to make estimates and predict future outcomes. Present final results in the form of probabilities. If there are 90% or 95% level of confidence, then there will be, it may say that the results will be depicted with that confidence level. That means there is a chance of the occurrence by that percentages. So it is the form, present the result in the form of the probabilities. Draw conclusion that go beyond the available data. So there is a chance the results may go beyond to the available data, and it also use the techniques like hypothesis testing, confidence interval, and regression, correlation, etc. So one last thing we must note that while we have just doing and discussing the descriptive and inferential statistics in a binary way, they are really most often used in conjunction. Together, these powerful statistical techniques are fundamental bedrock on which data analysis is built actually. So you may also see that in any research article or anywhere else, the both of the type of the techniques have been used because both of them have their own usage, and together they are very much foundational, and they will give you a good structured result of your analysis of the observation. So this is all for my session, I think.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you,
Devang,
Dr.
you can conclude the session.
Thank you, Dr. Anirban Hajra. Thank you for your beautiful explanation I think and I hope that all the participants have enjoyed learning, because before going to the practical sessions, it is very important to be clear the concepts. And it was very beautifully explained by Dr. Hajra, the concepts of statistics, the basic pillar to start a business or to start a research in the field of business. So that will help the participants to get a platform to start with the practical session. Thank you, Dr. Anirban Hajra, for your valuable time and speech. Now may I request the organizing committee to move on for the next session. Thank you. Over to Professor Amitabha, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Chatterjee.
Thank you,
So
sir.
now I'd like to hand over the session to Dr. Meghdud Ghosh, formally introduce our next speaker, Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all the participants and audience. Well, our next speaker is Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty. Okay, Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty did his master's and PhD from Calcutta University, and presently he is serving as professor in management in St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. Dr. Chakraborty is also associated with Calcutta University as guest faculty in Business Management Department, Alipur campus. At present, 4 research scholars are pursuing their research for PhD under his supervision at Calcutta University and NACAUT. He has 4 numbers of textbooks in the area of accounting and finance and information technology, along with many journal publications and conference papers. Dr. Chakraborty has been invited as resource person in several state level and national seminars in the area of finance and research methods. Dr. Chakraborty is a SPSS impaneled resource person of SPSS, and he has delivered on research methods and SPSS in many workshops or seminars in different university or institutions like Rajabaja Science College, St. Xavier's University, ISWBM Kolkata, Aligarh Muslim University, Jangipur campus, etc. Okay, I welcome, sir. We are really proud and privileged to have you on board, and we are all eagerly waiting for your session. Over to you, sir.
Shantanu sir, can you hear us?
Shantanu sir, are you there?
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm just checking. Okay, Shantanu sir is joining shortly. We are just having 2 minutes break. So within 2 minutes, Shantanu sir is joining and we'll be starting the session.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, some of the participant in the messages they are writing when the practical session will be started. So just to inform you that today's session is mainly to give you the basic fundamental idea about the statistics, keeping in view that many of the participants may not be having the basic idea of the statistics. So that's why we are giving this idea. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, the full session is a practical session. Tomorrow we'll be having our full session in Microsoft Excel. That is the application in statistical analysis by using Microsoft Excel. And in the next day, that is the third day, we'll be having the whole session on using SPSS. So the tomorrow and day after tomorrow, the whole session will be the practical session. And of course, today also in the next session, you'll be finding that the applications of different statistical tools, how to apply. So definitely we are going to do that. So our Professor Chakravarti is already here. So we'll be starting the session shortly.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
You're audible, sir.
Okay. It's a nice opportunity for me to meet with lots many people. Right now, what I'm getting that is 187 numbers of participants over here. At first, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and the Indian Accounting Association for organizing this particular workshop, and it is my pleasure and privilege to be a part of that. And it is a very sensitive moment for me. As being a member of Indian Accounting Association, I have got the opportunity to share something, enrich we all ourselves with the discussion. And I personally thank Professor Amitabha Gupta for arranging this kind of workshop. It is not the first one that Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management is organizing. They are having a long track record of organizing this sort of educational initiatives for last many years, and I have been a part of their initiative previously also. And here I'm also considering myself very fortunate because here the other resource persons are also very rich in their academic arena, and I'm very happy to know that the final session will be taken by Professor Gautam Bandyopadhyay, who is an eminent academician and an eminent teacher, and happens to be my guru also. So I extend my gratitude to Professor Gautam Bandyopadhyay also for being in such a forum. Right now, just I'm coming back to the basic issue of this 3 days workshop. Whether I'm duly audible to everyone? Whether I'm duly audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. One thing I'm just saying that I will not be boring you for the entire 1.5 hours. It may be a discussion for hardly 15-20 minutes. Then I will be taking a pause and I'll be receiving questions and doubts from your end. So let it be a discussion than a monologue sort of thing, which I hardly enjoy. Complete monologue. Huh? Let it be a complete discussion session. And I'm just honestly saying that whatever with the numbers of workshops that I attend as a resource person here and there, whether it is for the students, whether it is for the researcher, whether it is for the faculties, whether it is for the industry person, at the end of the day, my biggest satisfaction is that I also learned something. That is the thing. Some typical questions are coming up, or some issues are coming up, which is also sensitizing my mind. So I'm also getting chance to enrich myself. So I expect similar sorts of issues or doubts or points from the August gathering which is present over here. Now, if I call this particular workshop as a eye-opening sort of workshop into the field of statistics or tools of research methods in the field of social science research, Before that, out of this, what I've heard from Professor Amitabha Gupta, that here there will be lot many participants from different backgrounds. So may I know the basic composition of the background? That means here I am getting around 183. So out of that 183, how many are you from commerce background? If you will just raise your hand. Yes. Achha. Okay, fine. Now, if you could withdraw your raised hand, then how many of you are from economics? How many are you from economics background? They are also few in number. So how many are you from, whether there is anyone from sociology? Whether there is anyone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My dear brother Rajendranath Dutta, why you kept your hand raised when I am asking?
Yes, sir.
So good afternoon, Rajendra. It's nice
Yeah,
meeting with you.
good morning, sir. Good evening, sir.
Now, I'm just asking the response of these participants who are from sociology sort of background. So those who are from commerce, you please withdraw your raised hand. Those who are from commerce or economics, you please withdraw your raised hand. Otherwise, it will be added up. So there are 4 persons are from sociology. Is there anyone from geography? You can, the sociology participants, please withdraw your raised hand. Is there anyone from geography? Is there anyone from geography? Mr. Abid Ali, are you from geography?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, is there anyone? Now you could withdraw your raised hand. Nisha Rathore and Nazia Khatun, you can withdraw your raised hand. Now, whether there is anyone from education? Whether there is anyone from education? Sohini Das, you are from education?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. So there is someone, Nisha Rathore, whose hand is always raised. If the organizer can withdraw the raised hand, I think she is not present right now, or he couldn't listen to things. Okay. And if there is anyone from political science or history, this sort of subject? Is there anyone from political science or history, this sort of subject? Okay. Amol, are you from political science or history? Okay. Those who raised your hand, you please withdraw your raised hand. Please withdraw your raised hand. Now, anyone from literature background? Anyone from literature background, absolute literature background? Anyone from absolute literature background? No one. So, and anyone from science background? Physics, chemistry, mathematics, statistics, this sort of thing? Mr. Reddy, Mrs. Rama Devi, are you from science background?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You are from science background?
Yes, sir. Agricultural sciences.
Okay, okay. Fine. So, I am from rural management, Vishwabharati. Okay, very good. Rural management. Great. So, here we are getting a diverse kind of participation, and that is what I feel a very wise sort of gathering, because here everyone can get some glimpse from others. Okay, and we can discuss issues taking examples from different areas. I will try to do that, or I will try to involve examples from different areas, or maybe in a form which will be equally convincing to everyone. Geography, political science, okay, business administration, literature background, great. Okay, education, commerce, business management, commerce, okay. BSc biology, fine. Thanks for your participation. Economics, commerce. Just one of my experience I'm sharing. Fine. Commerce, agriculture. Agriculture is another area which requires lots of data analysis right now, like geography even. Commerce. Okay. I think then majority is commerce. Majority is commerce. I think applied nutrition, very good. Economics, commerce, MBA, management, fine. Thanks for your response. See, nowadays, in every area, you require to handle some data. And I was just going to share my experience that whatever with the different workshops that I have attended, or I have served as a resource person, in some of the cases, I find maximum number of participation is from geography, education, sociology, psychology, this sort of thing. Okay. So you can understand what is the scope of statistics in handling the research issues in diverse sort of subjects. And as because it is a workshop regarding developing understanding of knowledge and what should I say, knowledge and power of statistics in doing the research. Before coming to some topic, let me tell you one story or happening. Okay. It might be known to many of you, but may not be known to many of you. Okay. And I have got this thing while attending one seminar lecture of the previous director of ISLUBM, Professor Vivekananda Sarkar. He delivered this particular lecture. The thing is, it was not a gossip, it is a happening. Just give me 3-4 minutes of time. Let me tell you this particular happening, then I'll be going back to the particular topic-wise issue. The thing is that at the time of independence, or just after the independence, there were lots of, what should I say, lots of movement from different factions of people. East Pakistan, West Pakistan, India, this sort of thing. And lots of refugees had to relocate from one place to another, considering their religion and other caste and so and so. And the same thing happened for some Sikh community also, because Sindh and some part of Punjab are kept in West Pakistan and something in India. So like we Bengali people, there was lots of, what should I say, rehabilitation of some typical community of Sikh people. And what happened, one particular faction or one particular type of Sikh community, they rehabilitated from that so-called Sindh province to Delhi. And there was huge amount of social tension at that time. And for the sake of survival, there was huge amount of, what should I say, racial conflict was also there. Somehow they get into Lal Killa. Okay. And as because the situation was really very tense, the government, the then formed government, have not restricted them to enter into the place. And all of them somehow encroached into the Lal Killa. And the situation was like that. If they will come out, there may be a severe racial conflict with the other community. So it is fine for the security of that particular community to be in Lal Killa, because that will be a safe place. Other people will not be coming over there. But they were so much so frustrated, tense, agitating, so much so crisis situation was there that government could not enter into the Lal Killa. Okay, because they were fearing out everyone. So not even military, not even police could be deployed into that particular place. Now it became the responsibility of the government to supply them some basic subsistence, some food at least. Okay. So they appointed some caterer who is supposed to supply them some food, like khichdi or some sort of basic food requirement. But what happened? Those contractors were submitting some exorbitant bill. Okay. But it was not possible at the time to enter into Lal Killa and count the number of persons who are over there. Okay. So at that time, it became a huge crisis for Nehru also. So when he could not employ or deploy police or military to put over there and to count them and to handle them, when the politicians fail to manage them, or when the politicians fail to count them, academicians were called on. This is the thing. When politicians, police or military fail to deal with them, it was the time for calling or seeking the help of the academicians. And Nehru has taken the help of one of his friends, who was a great statistician. I hope many of you could understand about whom I am going to talk. Whether any apprehension? Whether there is any apprehension about whom I am going to talk? Let's wait for 30 seconds. Whether there is any apprehension about whom I am going to talk? No. The name is Prashanta Chandra Mahalanobis. Okay. Now the name came up, and he has been given the task of estimating the number of persons who are in Khan, Kiran. If you have something to say, please raise your hand, then organizer can allow you to unmute. Sorry. Now, when Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis has taken the assignment, he took one particular method. He identified one particular food item which cannot be overconsumed, which cannot be underconsumed. Any guess from your end? He identified one food item.
I guess it is salt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mitra. It's very correct. It is salt. Salt is such a product which cannot be overconsumed, which cannot be underconsumed. So, Mahalanobis collected data regarding the procurement of salt amount done by those contractors. Okay. On the basis of that, he did some estimation. Fine. And on the basis of that estimated figure and the bill submitted by the caterer, some negotiation was there and bill was paid periodically. It took few months, not few days or not few weeks. It took few months to restore the situation and find another place where they could be rehabilitated. Ultimately, when they have been taken out from Lal Killa in a peaceful condition, and when the number was counted, it was found that the actual number of the persons who were in Lal Killa is very, very close to the number predicted by Maulana Beach. Are you getting the essence? With that mechanism, he estimated the number of persons in the particular place. So then Nehru got amazed, and this is, I find, the richest example to make some people understand what is the power of statistics. With some statistical tool, he estimated the number of persons in that particular place, and it was found that it was highly accurate. Then Nehru realized that statistics is a subject which needs to be cultured, needs to be dealt with a serious effort. So he thought that, he decided that there should be one institution which will be culturing only on statistics. Okay. And that is the inception history of Indian Statistical Institute. So are you getting what is the essence, what is the strength of statistics? Now there is one story. The story is like that. It is not related to statistics. The story is like that. When the new government, central government, is supposed to fund the institution, when Nehruji is the basic instrumental person to set the Indian Statistical Institute, he told Maulana Bish to set up the institution at Delhi. And that is most obvious, na? Because the government is giving the money, the Prime Minister is interested to set up the thing, so he told Maulana Bish to set the thing in Delhi. But again, it is the what should I say, personality of Bengali academicians. He told that if I will be given the task of managing this thing or developing this thing, it should be in Kolkata. Okay. And Nehruji had to put down. And because of strong will of Maulana Bish, the Indian Statistical Institute was set up at Boranagar, Kolkata. And now I believe all of you agree that this Indian Statistical Institute is obviously one pride of Bengal. Any doubt with that? Any doubt with that? That Indian Statistical
No, sir.
So this is the inception history of the establishment of Indian Statistical Institute, and I feel that I believe that with this particular history or story, you can find the essence of power of statistics. Okay. So I feel some of you are quite thrilled knowing this thing, but this is the thing. So all depends upon the accuracy level of your the research method that you are going to adapt. But if you are so perfect in adapting your research method, there are two things. One is research methodology and one is research method. I'm not going to discuss about the difference between these two. I'm emphasizing on the word research method. So if you are very perfect in selecting your appropriate research method, you can be a predictor like that. Okay, fine. Now I'm coming to the generic discussion on statistics. See, statistics in Bengali. What is the Bengali term of statistics? What is the Bengali term of statistics? Anyone?
পরিসংখ্যান।
সংখ্যা তত্ত্ব। পরিসংখ্যান তত্ত্ব আর সংখ্যা তত্ত্ব। So সংখ্যা, it is number. Okay. So statistics is basically dealing with numbers. Fine. So number of what? Number of something. It may be the number of persons who are attending this particular workshop. It it may be the age of some people, it may be height of some students, it may be income of some employees, it may be population of something, of some place. Is this. Okay. So the basic issue on which we are measuring, that is called as variable. Okay. So when we are dealing with numbers, we are basically dealing with the numbers or values of some variable, isn't it? So that variable may be income, the variable may be height, the variable may be rainfall, the variable may be temperature, the variable may be what should I say, anything, any parameter for geography, so many. So first thing is that you will have to identify the variable. That is the first thing. Now, so far talking about variable, there are two dimensions. One is objective measurement, one is subjective measurement. The thing is, there are some variables whose value you can measure with a particular gadget perfectly. Okay. If you are having the weighing machine, you can take weight of all the students in a particular class. If you are having a gauge, with that you can measure the height of all the students of a class, class 5, class 6 students. Okay. And if you are measuring, whatever be the result, if X will be measuring with the same machine, the same will be the result. If Y will be measuring, the same will be the result. So when the variable is such weight, body weight of the student, then it can be objectively measured. Mostly it is through some gadget. Okay. And it will not vary. It will be identical with respect to the place or day or time or the person who is measuring on everything. But if you want to measure IQ of the students, if you want to measure concentration of level of the students, if you want to measure the patience level of the students, can you measure the thing by some particular gadget? Is it possible? Can you measure by some particular gadget what is the intelligence level of all the students? No. But whether intelligence level is a variable or not, you can say in the chat box whether intelligence level is a variable or not.
Sir.
If you instead of unmuting yourself, you can respond to chat box also. That is a variable. So whenever that is a variable, that needs to be measured, but there is no such tool or machine by which you can measure the intelligence level. So there you are adopting some different mechanism. Okay. Yes, fine. Qualitative in nature. Fine. But the issue is when it is qualitative for the sake of your analysis, that needs to be quantified in a way. Fine. So then you can develop a scale by which you can quantify them. What may be the thing? You can ask them 10 questions, and on the basis of the response made by them or by some facial observation, you can assess what is the intelligence level. And it may quite happen that 5 examiners or 5 evaluators are examining or assessing their intelligence level. The value that is coming is different for 5 persons. So this sort of measurement is called subjective measurement, which may vary from person to person. An examination copy. One examination copy is there. So the examination copy is basically the reflection of his knowledge and understanding. The answers given by the student to the examination copy is the reflection of the knowledge and understanding of the student. That is a qualitative thing. But in order to analyze and compare and everything, you need to quantify it. So how you are quantifying it? The examiner is being appointed, he is giving a marks out of 100, out of 50, out of 10. So now it is being quantified. But here, one thing is that if the same examination copy will be examined by 3 examiners, is it always definite that the same marks will come? Most likely, 3 examiners will be giving 3 different marks. Someone may be 71, someone may be 76, someone may be 17. It happens. So this is something called subjective assessment. Objectively you can measure and subjectively you can assess. Okay, fine. So whatever be the method of capturing the values of the variable, one thing is there, that what is called variable? The values for which is varying. If the values are not varying, if the values are constant, then it is not a variable and there is nothing to do with that particular phenomenon in that. Okay. So variable is what? Which varies. Okay. I'm just giving you one example how the software will react if we will be giving such a thing. The scope that has been given to me, it is correlation, regression, and hypothesis. And I have found that in the previous session, the resource person has already given has already thrown some light on these issues. So my task has become much lighter right now, but it can be a well discussion for us. Fine. So at first, let us take about correlation, and then I'll be going for regression, and then I'll be going for hypothesis. And for some of the cases, I may require the use of the whiteboard that is being installed at my backside, and I may be also taking some help of SPSS or Excel software just for calculation, not to demonstrate the SPSS or Excel. Okay. So there are certain variables, and you are interested to know whether one variable is at all related with other variable, or whether one variable is associated with another variable. That association is measured by which tool? That association is measured by which tool? That association.
Correlation.
Correlation. Right. Now, correlation is basically a measure of association. That means whether one is changing when there is a change in other. Association means whether one is changing when there is a change with the other. That is one. Now, so far correlation is concerned, there is one thing behind, that is called covariance. And may I just share my screen? May I just share my screen? I hope I'll be able to do that. No, I'm not asking that whether you are seeing my screen. I'm just asking that whether, because the link has been provided by the organizer, I'm just asking whether I'll be able to share my screen. Hopefully, I'll be able to share my screen. Just a minute. Yes, whether the screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. See, this is two variable, income and saving. This is presented through SPSS software, but my objective is not to demonstrate the SPSS software, only for the sake of simplicity, for avoiding the manual calculation. I am using the help of the software. So income and saving are two variables, and these two variables may be associated. When income will change, saving may change, or when the income of two different persons are different, the saving of the two different persons also may be different. So that association can be measured with correlation. Okay. Just let me show you the formula for correlation. I think this particular formula is known to all of you. This is the formula for correlation: covariance of x and y divided by variance of x into variance of y. So the inception point of correlation is covariance, and you may find that in case of higher end research, in many of the cases, covariance between the variable is considered. Covariance is actually measuring how one is varying with respect to other. Covariance means how one is varying with respect to other. Okay. But we are not that much using covariance for measuring association. If there is any comment? Okay, I'll be taking your question. Just a minute. Just a minute. Now, suppose when I am measuring the association between income and savings, both are expressed in rupees. So the unit of measurement is same. But when you are assessing or measuring the association between height and weight, so height is expressed in feet or centimeter, and weight is expressed in terms of kg. Then, if you will be measuring their covariance, it will be in terms of inch and kg. And in that case, it is little bit becoming complex to handle the thing or to comprehend the thing. And covariance is the absolute figure. The covariance may be 14,289. The covariance may be minus 0.342. The covariance may be minus 3,429. But when the particular covariance figure is divided by this thing, it is got standardized. Standardized means correlation coefficient is a measure which is unit free. Correlation coefficient is a measure which is unit free. Whether it is rupees or kg or centigrade or height or whether feet or kilometer doesn't matter. And correlation is having a range from -1 to +1. So correlation is a fine-tuned measure of covariance, which is actually the basic tool of assessing the variance with respect to the variance of others. And correlation is giving you the very soothing sort of result in form of -1 to +1, and it is unit free. So when you are finding the correlation coefficient between height and weight, you need not bother about what is the unit of measurement of height and what is the unit of measurement of weight. That is the thing. But what Professor Hajra has already mentioned, that this association is an association only, not evidence or causality, which we will be coming to when we will be discussing about Now let us take the questions from, there is one raised hand. There is one raised hand. Any questions from your end? There is Nivrutti. Do you have any question? You are found unmuted. Till now, is there any question, any doubt? So right now, let me show you some value of correlation. The organizers, if you can turn down these two raised hand, I think it will be easy to visualize me for them. See, this is income, this is saving. Second, another variable step. Can you see my screen right now? Can you see my screen right now? Are you getting that there is a variable that I have taken with a variable name? But here, if someone is unmuted, please mute yourself. If someone is unmuted, please mute yourself. Thank you. See, I have taken, your two files are open. I have taken one figure, one set of figures where all the values are 10,000. Okay. So let us find the correlation between this saving and this temp. Okay. So here what I am getting, whatever be the savings, this value of temp is same, not changed. So let us see what it shows. I'm just making it bigger. Whether is it visible cannot be computed because at least one of the variable is constant. So it is not a variable at all. It is not varying at all. So what to do? Nothing to do. So what I told you that variable is such a thing which must vary. But here if you will be getting, there is no variation at all. Okay. So that's why software couldn't calculate anything. Now what I'm just doing, I'm just making a small change. Instead of 10,000, I'm making it 9999. Then in the whole data set, there is some variation at least. Now let us see. Now what is the value of correlation? 0.001. 0.001 means nothing, tends to 0. 0.001 means you can consider it as 0. So here when one particular variable is changing but other variable is not changing, then there is no association. But if when one variable is changing and another variable is also changing, there is association. So let us see what is the level of association that we are getting between this income and savings. See here, I'm just here the measure of correlation coefficient has come up as 0.719. Okay. So, well correlated, 0.7. What is the highest level of correlation? 1. So 0.7 is well enough, close to 1. So they are well associated between one another. Fine. But one thing I'm just telling, this correlation coefficient doesn't measure or cannot find out whether there is any influence of one on another. That is not the scope of this particular tool correlation. The two variables are independent. We do not know whether anyone is influencing on other. We are only assessing that whether they are associated or related or not. Suppose if you will take the age of husband and age of wife, you will find a good correlation. But can you tell that this causes that? No. For example, if you will take the figure of marks of mathematics and marks of say chemistry for the students, you may find that there is high correlation. But can you tell that the marks of mathematics depend on marks of chemistry, or the marks of chemistry depend on marks of mathematics? No. But they are somehow related. So while considering the association, we are not at all bothering about whether there is any dependency of one on another. Okay. Now I'm going for the issue of dependence. Up to this, there is anything to ask? Any query, any doubt? Up to this, any doubt? No?
No, sir.
Now, see, let us take a phenomena where we are getting that there is association as well as one is dependent on other. One is being influenced by other. Suppose this income and savings. Income causes savings or saving causes income. Savings depend on income or income depends upon savings. It cannot be bidirectional.
Savings depend upon income.
Correct. Savings depend upon income. So there are some situations where this which depend on what, that can be clearly found out with your understanding. There is a relationship between the size of the flat and the rent of the flat. So there is an association. Okay, but here there is a dependence. The rent of flat depends on size of the flat, not the vice versa. It is not that the size of the flat depends on the rent of the flat. So in case of studying this sort of phenomenon, it is the task of the researcher to find out which influences what. Software cannot find it out. It is not the task of the software to find out, at least the usually available software, not the structural equation modeling. That is a very high level sensitive sort of thing. I'm not talking about it right now. So your SPSS, your Excel cannot tell that which one depends on what. It is you, the researcher, who will have to find out by understanding the phenomena which causes what or which depends on what. Now, which is influenced, that is called dependent variable. That means here in this example, the rent of the flat is dependent variable and the size of the flat is independent variable. Okay. Now, so rent of the flat is a variable, and in this particular phenomenon, it is a dependent variable. Okay, fine. Now, this dependent variable, whether the rent of flat, we all agree that the rent of flat depends on the size of the flat. Fine. So we can develop a regression model within these two. Now there is a question that whether rent of the flat depends only on site. My question is that whether rent of flat depends only on site.
No.
There may be some other variable like how far it is from bus stand, how far it is from railway station, it is in which floor, what is the internal layout of the flat, so many other things. So whatever be the variable that I mentioned right now, suppose distance from bus stand, distance from railway station, distance from market, it is in which floor, what is the internal layout or the site plan of this particular flat, how old it is, new or old. On all these variables, the rent of the flat depends. So in this example, rent of the flat depends on this variable. So here rent is the dependent variable and all these are independent variables. Okay. So on the basis of the values of this variable, we can develop a regression. Fine. Now let us take some input from your end. What is the basic purpose of developing regression model? Regression will ultimately come out in form of an equation. No? Regression will ultimately come out in form of an equation. That's fine. But what is the basic purpose of developing the regression equation?
To show the effect of independent variable on dependent variable.
Variability.
Remaining the other effect.
Mr. Chiranjit Ghosh, you please repeat.
After stopping the influence of other variables.
Suppose, Radhika, what you mentioned? Variability, no, not the variability. Actually, I couldn't understand what Mr. Chiranjit Ghosh has mentioned. Can you please repeat, sir?
To check the impact of one variable on another.
And actually, I want to know the effect of independent variable due to the effect of dependent variable after excluding the effect of remaining variables.
Okay, fine. Sakshi, I think you were telling something.
To check the impact of one variable on another variable.
To check the impact of one variable, how independent variable affects the dependent variables. No, I think the singular plural you made a ulta. Okay. Now, can I take the help of the whiteboard? And for that, you please will you allow me for 1 minute to move from laptop to mobile?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, sir, but there is an echo.
And now whether the noise problem has gone out? Now can
Yes,
you
sir. Yes, sir.
hear me and
Yes,
test
sir.
the board? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. See, I will be taking some more points what you have mentioned. What you suppose you are telling that saving depends on income. Okay, so initially we write the thing in this way: saving is a function of income. Saving is a function of income. Have you ever heard this format of expression? Saving is a function of income means
Yes,
saving
sir.
depends on income. Okay, or rent is a function of size, distance, floor, so and so. So that means rent depend on this. Fine. Now you have got the figure. You have gone to a particular office or you have gone to a particular town. You have collected the figure from 100 persons that what is your income and what is your savings. So you have taken the figures of 100 employees, 100 persons regarding their income and saving, and on the basis of that 100 sets of values, you have developed the regression equation. Regression equation has come up like this. This is the usual form of regression equation, na? This is the usual form of regression equation, na?
Yes, sir.
Here, this is dependent variable. This is independent variable. This is constant. And this B is called as what? This B is called as what?
Slope.
Pardon?
Regression coefficient, sir.
Slope.
Regression coefficient. Very good.
Alternatively, we can call as the beta coefficient.
And what is Y? Variable called
Y
Y.
is the dependent variable. Y is the
Dependent.
dependent variable. So, if
Thank
this
you, sir.
format will be mentioned right now in this way, if it will be developing the regression equation, the regression equation may come up as S for saving. Saving is suppose 4,700 plus 0.3 of IN. IN stands for, or it is I.
Sir, how do we get the regression coefficient?
That we are getting when we are doing some calculation on the basis of the available sets of data. That regression, this particular regression equation is coming out of your 100 sets of figure that you have already collected. There is some manual technique, but right now you need not do that manually. Right now there are some software like Excel, SPSS, which will build this thing. Okay, so this is basically called as the model or the regression equation. Fine. Now, whatever be the answer that I have got, that the basic objective of developing regression equation or regression model is to find out what is the level of impact of independent variable on dependent variable. Okay, so here the regression that is measured by regression coefficient. So it is 0.3. Okay, so it's 0.3 means it is reasonably fine. So there is an impact. If it is 0, that means this I has got no impact on S. So in that case, regression doesn't stand at all. Fine.
Sir, can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
Sir, to find out A and B value, can you use the least square method?
Yes, this regression, the regression that how this figure has come up. There is some internal calculation method, and that internal calculation is done on the basis of that what they mentioned least square method. Okay, so when you are having the software like SPSS or Excel, suppose just for showing the formula for correlation, you have just I have taken the help of a Word file because I can't remember the formula of correlation coefficient. Similarly, I don't know the formula of any hypothesis statistic because right now the softwares are there, softwares are developing this thing. But internally, the calculation is being done with some method, and for regression coefficient calculation, it is being done on the method of that what you have mentioned, rightly mentioned, least square method. Okay. Now, one thing I believe or I find you are little bit missing. See, my question is that you are telling rightly that by developing the regression equation, you can find out what is the level of impact of one on another. What is the level of impact of I on S? Fine. So that means if income of one person will increase by 1,000, the saving of that person will increase by 300 rupees. This is the interpretation. If there is 1 unit increase in independent variable, there will be 0.3 times of increase of independent variable on S. This is one practical utility. Fine. Now, what is the ultimate objective of developing the regression equation? The ultimate objective of developing the regression equation is prediction. Ultimate utility or requirement of developing regression equation is prediction. Mean, suppose you have gone to a particular place. In that particular place, you have taken figure of 100 persons. On the basis of that 100 persons, you have developed this regression equation from employee number 1 to employee number 100. But there is another employee who has come who is not in this particular 100 collected sample. If you know his income, you can predict his saving. Got it, or should I repeat? Share feedback. I cut. Feedback link, please. Okay.
Sir, please repeat.
Sir, repeat, sir.
Repeat.
Got it. Got it. Yes, of course, I will repeat. What I'm telling with the serious note that the basic objective of regression is prediction. And whatever be the thing that we are dealing with, so far data analytics, forecasting, this. If you will be buying a book on high level forecasting or something, ultimately it is all about regression. Okay. What regression is doing? Regression is being developed on the basis of some available data. Now, on the basis of that available data, you are developing the regression. Now, there is a population which is not included within this 100 people. So, what about them? For them, when you are having this regression model, on the basis of their independent variable, you will be able to predict their value of the dependent variable. Is it okay or not? Suppose if it is such that the spending, that means the amount that you spend in shopping mall, depends on your income. Fine. It should be.
Yes,
So
sir.
you have done for a survey. You have employed 5 persons in 5 different counters of Spencer, and they have developed a questionnaire and they have collected figure from 50 persons from all these 5 counters. So 5 into 50, 250 numbers of data is there. This 250 number is the sample. It is not that those 250 persons are only coming to Spencer. There are 5,000 persons are coming to Spencer. But it is not possible for you to collect their income and their expenditure pattern from all these 5,000 persons. So you have collected figure from some small amount of number of persons. And on the basis of the collected data, you have developed this regression equation. Now, there is another person entered into Mr. X, Mr. P, Mr. Z, who were not within that particular 2,500 persons. For those stranger, if you know what is their income, you will be able to predict what is their saving or how much they are going to spend in the shopping mall. So that prediction is the ultimate utility of developing regression model. Is it okay with you or not? It is being done by knowing the level of impact, but ultimate objective of developing regression equation is the prediction. Is it fine for you or any more doubt? Please tell.
Yes, sir, you are right. Ultimately, actually, we are predicting the value of y, which will depends on x. You are rightly pointed out.
Actually, we are predicting the value of dependent variable on the basis of the values of independent variable. I am just giving you another example. Suppose there are certain website for sale and purchase of second-hand car, Carwale and Kigari.com, so many websites are there, which is serving as a intermediary platform for buying and selling of old car. In that particular website, if suppose you are having a car and you want to know what should be the resale value of your car. Okay, so they are asking some question. There is some drop down menu. Manufacturer, Maruti, Hyundai, Tata, you have given Maruti. Model, Alto, Wagoner, Ertiga, you have given Wagoner. Year of purchase. Okay, then how much kilometer run? Suppose this 4 thing. So when you are giving this 4 value, it is telling that the value of your car should be 2,35,000. Got this thing? Got this example? So
Yes, sir.
what they are doing, actually at the back end of that particular software, there is a regression model. Because the price of the car depends on make, on brand, on how much old it is, how much kilometer run, basically these 4 things. So if you will be giving the value of these independent variables, what should be the dependent variable that it is predicting? That is the utility of developing regression model. So through that software, you have come to know the value of your used car should be 2,35,000. Now one interested person has come to you to buy your car. He is telling that I am ready to buy your car at a price of 2 lakh. You are saying no. Why you are telling no? Because you know the value of the car should be 2,35,000. But another person has come, he is telling that 2,40,000. You are telling okay, chalo, ठीक है. Or if it is 30,000, okay, little bit negotiation, let us agree. So this is one real good example regarding the utility of regression equation. Okay, now if you like, I can show you how this particular model is built up with some figure, because I will have to go to the hypothesis part also. So should I carry on with this regression part or should I move to the hypothesis portion? Any opinion from your end? Should I?
Yes, sir. Go
Please go to the hypothesis, hypothesis, sir. Hypothesis, sir.
Hypothesis, okay. Move on, hypothesis. Fine. And in case of regression equation, it is a prediction. Just 1 minute I am taking for regarding regression. It is a prediction. So your regression equation is basically a Jyotish who is predicting something. Now, can you expect 100% accuracy of his prediction? Can you expect 100% accuracy of the prediction? No.
No, sir.
The prediction that is made, it is having some level of accuracy as well as some level of inaccuracy also. Okay, so you have developed one regression equation, I have developed one regression equation, another person have developed another regression equation on the same sets of independent and dependent variable. Now you want to find out that which regression equation is a better predictor, which is best with respect to power of prediction, accuracy of prediction. Now, to identify the accuracy level of the regression model, there is one particular measure. May I expect that particular measure from the audience? May I expect the name of the... Pardon? Pardon?
Variance.
No, not variance. Vishnu?
Concurrent deviation.
Standard deviation? No. No.
Error
No. Error term. Error term, how you can find out how much error is there or how much perfection is there? Anyone? See.
Standard error.
Can you please
Standard
repeat
error.
that, sir?
Standard error.
Standard error.
Standard error.
The type 1 or type 2?
Type 1, type 2 error, that I am coming to when I will be dealing with hypothesis. There is something called
coefficient of multiple determination. Coefficient of multiple determination.
R square. It is denoted by R square. So when you are developing a regression equation, you will have to show what is the R square of your regression model. Okay, R square is high. R square, its value is 0 to 1. R square is 0, that means it is a bullshit one. R square is 1, that means it is a perfect predictor.
So R means the rank.
No, R doesn't mean the rank. It is
Coefficient
the
of multiple determination.
It is basically the square of correlation coefficient, but its interpretation is R square basically says what is the level of fitment of your model. If R square is less than 0.5, then your model can be called as a
means a prediction
not
of
good enough for prediction. If the model is more than 0.8, more than 0.9, it is a good predictor.
Means your prediction has right or wrong. Sorry,
Yes,
R means sir, prediction is right or wrong. Means if you get
see here the right or wrong cannot be answered in binary mode. Here you can tell that, see what I'm telling, you are predicting that your nephew may get 85% marks in 10th standard examination. Okay, and the father of that boy, you being a teacher, you predicted, you have discussed with him, you have understood what is his level of understanding regarding different subjects, and you have predicted that in the 10th level examination he will get 85% marks. And his father, he predicted that he will get 92% marks, and ultimately the student has got 86% marks. Then who is the better predictor? You. This is the thing. So here you cannot tell that you are better than the father of the boy. but you can't tell this is right, this is wrong.
Yes, sir.
Are
Yes,
you
sir.
getting my point?
Yes, sir.
So it is telling the level of accuracy. Okay, I am just showing you the figure of R square in SPSS in 2 minutes. Then I am moving to hypothesis testing. But again, for that I will have to oscillate to the laptop. Or do you like to see how the R square is being found out?
Yes,
Would you
sir.
like?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then
Yes, sir.
just give me say 1 minute of time. I will be moving to this
No
mobile
problem.
and the whiteboard to the laptop.
No problem.
Yes, can you hear me right now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear.
Okay. Sorry for this interruption. I will have to log out from one account and re-log in another account. There are some raised hands right now. So let me take the questions. Or just give me 2 minutes of time. Let me finish this regression portion. Then I will be receiving the questions from your end. Okay, I'm just sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, there are two variables, income and selling. And how many data sets are there? There is a figure for 126 numbers of persons. Okay. Suppose you have gone to a village and you have collected data from different villages that how much is your income and how much is your savings. So on the basis of that, you want to develop the regression equation. And here, I'm not showing you how to do the thing or how to demonstrate the thing in SPSS. I'm just showing you the result only. I'm doing it very fast. Here, what is our dependent variable? Dependent variable is savings. And what is our income? Independent variable? That is income. See, here, this is R square, 0.517. This is R square, which is 0.517. So it is a moderate predictor only. Okay. And what will be the regression equation? Basically, regression equation will be, you can write it down also. Regression equation will be savings equals to this thing. Can I make it bigger?
Please repeat once again.
Okay. First thing is that the R square is coming up 0.517. So with this sets of data, whatever be the regression equation that we have developed on the basis of this regression equation, the prediction that you will be doing regarding some other person who is not included in this 260 numbers of person, the level of accuracy will be 0.517 only. So there will be a chance of error. Like what I have told you that regarding the result of the student is something, some prediction has been done by Mr. X, some prediction has been done by Mr. Y. Like that. So here the prediction will not be a very accurate prediction. And what will be the regression equation? It will be this constant 918. That means savings equals to 918 plus 0.388 into income. So this 0.388 is basically the regression coefficient that you.
Sir, please share the scene.
Is it not visible?
No, sir.
Is it not visible? What is the situation for the others? Is it not visible?
Visible, sir.
It is visible.
Visible. If a problem, you can do one thing. You can leave out and then again join. So this 0.388 is the regression coefficient that actually many of you were rightly responding that purpose of regression equation is to find out what is the level of impact of independent variable on dependent variable. Here you can interpret it this way. If the income will increase by 1,000 rupees, then savings will income by 388 rupees. That is the thing. But the accuracy level of this regression equation is not very good. About all these things, many things are to be said that I am not telling today. For that, the best person in this particular area is there. Gautam Bandhavardhan will be telling all these things on the last day. Now I am just showing you another example. See, this is the data set for price, size, floor, distance, age. Okay. I believe you can understand it is the figure for flat. Suppose flat price, it is the dependent variable, depends on the size of the flat, in which floor, what is the distance from maybe bus stand or railway station, and how old the flat is. Okay. So we first identify, let us see what is the level of impact of size. Size is the most prior thing, na? Okay. So, right. Price is the dependent variable. Okay. And size is the independent variable. I'm not doing anything else. See, right now, what is the R square? Can you see the thing? Can you see the value?
Yes, sir.
I can't make it bigger.
0.953.
Yes. 0.953 means a very good predictor, isn't it? So this
Yes,
is
sir.
the can call it as a very good predictor. And what is the regression coefficient? C965. C965. That means if the size of the flat will increase by 1 unit, the price of flat will increase by 3,955 rupees. And there is a constant figure also. Now mind that this regression model has given you the R square 0.953. Please mind this particular, keep in mind this particular value, 0.953. Now, as all of you do agree that the price of the flat distance on other factors also, like this distance also, how far it is from the nearest. So I'm taking distance also in independent part. See, R square has increased. Previously it was 953. Now it has become 959. So the distance is helping as an independent variable in better predicting the dependent variable. R square has improved, although very little, but it tells that this has increased the perfection of the regression model. And what is the thing? Here the sign is negative. You agree or you are getting confused with this negative figure? So for regression coefficient is there, here the sign is negative. So it is fine or not? Any question on it? Why it is negative? Any question on it, or you are okay? Then I will proceed.
No, sir. Why it is negative?
See, if the distance from bus stand will increase, then the price of flat should increase or decrease?
Decrease, sir.
Yeah. So here there is impact, but there is impact in opposite direction. So there is a negative correlation between the distance and price. And the regression coefficient has come up in negative form. That means for 1 unit increase in the distance, the price of flat will decrease by 160 rupees. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I proceed?
Sir.
Then let us take another one.
Sir, can I say one thing?
Yes, please.
So why ANOVA result is showing along with the regression result?
Yeah.
I think according to me, R square is measuring the variance between the two variables. Is it right? That's why ANOVA is showing.
See, why this particular ANOVA is here. For explaining this thing, I will require at least 45 minutes. And here, the scope of my today's discussion is not to demonstrate SPSS. I think Professor Bandyopadhyay will be telling this thing that in the output screen of regression, why ANOVA is coming. ANOVA is coming, you just see this thing, regressed value and residual. There is something called residual. Residual is what? What is the failure part, which it cannot predict. So for that, one should need to understand what is ANOVA and what is the role of this ANOVA table in regression model. But one thing I'm just telling that for your paper making or for your research or for your dissertation, two things are most important. Not two things, but three things. One is this regression coefficient, one is this significance level, and one is this R square. Okay.
Last one is
So right
R
now,
square.
till today, till now, I have not mentioned anything about the significance level, and I believe today I don't have that much of time. I'm already about to. I'm already about. Can you hear my? Could you hear me? Hello.
So we
My
can hear you.
my voice was made minimum. Okay. I think this is the thing is, the significance level is what, and this and that, it will take at least another half an hour or more than that to explain the thing. So today I'm not doing this. Today I'm just giving you the conceptual idea, not the idea about software handling. I'm just saying relation equation, the thing that equation, what is the significance level, and what is the R square. So now, now you just see it has become 981. What was the previous figure?
953.
953. From 953 it has come up to 981. That means after taking this independent variable, the predictability or efficiency of the regression model has further increased. So now are you getting the role of different independent variables in predicting the dependent variable? And here, this particular regression equation you can call as a fantastic regression equation when it is 0.981. So you have developed some regression equation. If the R square of the regression equation is more than 0.9, then there is no one to cross your work. I'm just telling this thing. If it is more than 8 also, then also it is good. But if it is more than 9, then it is excellent. But if the R square is maybe 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, then people may tell you that you should revise the thing or you should look it in another way. This is all about what I would like to say about regression. This is not all about what I want to say. This is all about what I could say till now. There is no end of saying. So right now, let us take your questions in this regard before going to hypothesis testing. Now, your questions, please. Any questions from your end?
Sir, one question that, sir, you are saying that R square is lies between 0 to 1. If my result is after 0.5, so we can say that it is a good predictor, or where it will be say that it will be a good predictor. Which point?
The normal benchmark in social science. The normal benchmark in social science is 0.8, 0.9 is good. If you are telling that if it is more than 0.5, it is good. Suppose out of 100, you have got 50. So will you consider that you have scored well?
No, sir. No, sir.
Here, one thing is that what should be the benchmark for R square? Again, it depends from situation to situation.
Means relevant data.
It is
relevant data, collection of data.
Yeah, collection of data is one thing. Another thing is that suppose in social science, you are just measuring that what will be the marks that he may get, or in case of shopping mall, you are just predicting how much he will be spending for buying this thing. If something wrong will be there, then nothing major crash will happen. Okay, you have predicted that this man will spend today 10,000 rupees in shopping mall, but actually he has spent 8,700 in the shopping mall. It will not close down the shopping mall. But suppose if it is something major related to an application of drug, whether this drug will do this thing or not do this thing, whether this situation will lead to, that is, in case of suppose in the shopping mall prediction, your regression model, you are the Jyotish, you told the shopping mall owner that in 20% cases, my result may be wrong, but in 80% cases it will work. So the shopping mall can accept you. But suppose you have developed something for aviation purpose, some technical thing you have developed for aviation purpose, and you are telling Indigo or SpiceJet that whatever I have developed now, in 20% cases it will crash. So if you will fly 100 flights, 20 of them will crash. Then is it be acceptable? Or if there is some typical sorts of pacemaker. You have developed some pacemaker, you have gone for a testing, and you have told that if this is the situation for the patient, and if this particular pacemaker will be installed, then 80% cases the patient will survive, and 20% cases the patient will not survive. So in that case, whether and if we will tell the patient that the chance of remaining your life is 80%, but there is a chance of 20% that you will not come up out of the OT, then whether the patient will take up your product, yes or no. So it also depends upon the situation. So here, whatever we are discussing, it is about social science. But in case of physical science, and with respect to this, that issue comes whether it is what is the level of significance, 10% level of significance, 5% level of significance, 1% level of significance. In case of social science, 5% level of significance is fine. That means out of 100 cases, in 5 cases, the prediction will be wrong. Okay, social science can accept that, our daily issues. But whether installing the pacemaker, whether estimating the time required for taking off the flight, whether they can afford the 5% mistake, what will be the extent? For them, 1% level of significance is also too dangerous. 1% level of significance is also too dangerous. That means there is a chance of one error out of every 100. So, see, it is not that there is no accident in aviation, there is no accident, but what is the accident rate in the world? There may be, I think, 50,000 flights are being flight every day. In the world, I think every day, at least 50,000 flights are being flight. So, in a year, so 50,000 into 365 number of flights are being flight. So tell me, what is the number of occurrence of crash, and what is the percentage? In that case, can you afford a higher percentage? No. In that case, level of significance should be maybe 0.0001. When in case of robotics, when they are just launching the rocket and this thing, in that case, this 5% level of significance is beyond imagination. Even 1% level of significance is beyond imagination. That I'm coming to in case of this hypothesis testing part. I'm already overshooted. Whether I'm allowed to carry on, if the organizer will permit and if the respondents will permit, then I will carry on.
Yes, sir. You can continue.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm finishing the thing. I'll be boring you for 10 minutes more, not more than that. Please, the patience. See, so you have got what is correlation, what is regression, what is the purpose of having the regression model. Prediction. Okay, fine. Now I'm coming to a situation. The situation is this. Suppose you are what should I say? Any example? Suppose you have gone to a village. Okay. You have gone to a village and you were interested to know what is the average income of the villagers. What is the average income of the villagers? On the basis of that, you will launch one particular product in that particular village. Okay. Suppose you were selling something. You are selling, suppose it is a counter of this Miyamore. Okay, so Miyamore may be looking for different places where the counters will be opened. But if the Miyamore counter will be opened in a very marginalized locality, whether there will be sale, you sell? No. So for availing the product of Miyamore, there should be a minimum level of income for the respondent over there. Is it fine? Whether the issue is clear to you? Now,
Yes, sir.
Miyamore is interested to know that you just identify 50 numbers of village or village upcoming as town where they are making a survey. That you make a survey, what is the income level of these villages? If the monthly income is more than 30,000, then we should go for installing one counter over here. If the monthly income of the average monthly income of the villagers is less than 30,000, that means they are poor. They will not be able to afford. They will not be consuming our product in a significant level, in a good quantity. What is your purpose? Your purpose is to identify what is the average income of these villages. Okay. Now, in all the villages, the number of villagers, number of citizens is not less than 7,000. Okay. The population size of all these villages is not less than 7,000. It is 7,000, 9,000, 10,000, 12,000 like that. So is it possible for you to ask the 7,000 people, what is your income? What is your income? What is your income? Is it possible for you? No, not possible. Not at all possible. But it is possible for you to send one person who will be roaming here and there in that particular village and spending 5 minutes of time to 100%. কি দাদা কেমন আছেন, এখানে আপনারা কি করেন, কিসের থেকে ইনকাম, ভিলেজটা কিরকম, আচ্ছা আপনার ইনকামটা কিরকম, মোটামুটি আপনার কিরকম আয় হয়, আপনি তো ওই ডিম বিক্রি করেন, আপনি তো ওই করেন এই করেন, আপনার কিরকম রোজগার হয়. So you can ask 100% regarding their income, and in most of the cases the person may be responding honestly. So this 100, just give me a moment, just a second.
Hello. Hello, sir. Hello. Sir, it will be great. Sir, it will be grateful, sir, if you can please send the recording so that afterwards we can also see and.
That is not at my hand. That is at the hand of the organizer.
Yes, definitely we will share the recording in the specific WhatsApp group we will be sending.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now, so what is the population size of the village? 7,000, 8,000, 10,000 like that. It is not possible for you to access the entire population. So that is why what you have done, you have taken the help of sampling. Out of that 7,000 persons, you have taken a sample with a sample size of 100, which is feasible, which is possible for you. You can ask 100%, but you can't ask 7,000. Now, for these 100%, you have taken their income. So when you have taken the income of these 100%, you can find out their average income. So this 100 is your sample size, na? So you are having the 100 values of their income. So out of these 100 values, you have got their average income. Suppose average income is something. Average income is 27,579. the average income has come out. This is what? This is sample mean. This is the average income of those 100 people only, not the average income of the entire 7,000 people. Okay? But what is your objective? Your objective is to understand, is to find out some clue regarding the average income of the entire 7,000 people who are the population. Okay. So you are having a set of sample, and on the basis of that sample, you are having the sample mean. Now, what is your interest? Your interest is to find out what is the, what should I say, population mean, which you can't access directly. So hypothesis testing is basically a technique where on the basis of that hypothesis, you are predicting about the population. So you are having a hypothesized value, or you have gotten hypothesized value. Some people told that na ওই গ্রামের লোকগুলোর ইনকাম কত হবে, 22,000 মতো হবে. Some people told that out of some hunch, some common understanding, the average income of the villagers will be around 12,000 rupees. So that is a hypothesized value. That is not an accurate value. Now, whether that hypothesized value is the real predicted population mean value, to test that, hypothesis testing is being done. So, hypothesis being done when out of sample we are going to predict, we are going to assess about population. But I am telling you one thing, with a lots of agony, that I am getting that there are some persons, there are some studies who are having the entire population, but they are doing some sort of hypothesis testing only to make their paperwork thick without any reason. Right now, have you heard the term big data? I believe you have heard the term big data. Right now, there are some situations where this hypothesis testing is not required. When the entire population is available, then hypothesis testing is not required at all. So go for hypothesis testing when you, on the basis of sample, going to predict about population. Suppose the Spencer, the big bazaar, they don't need for any hypothesis testing. They are not dealing with sample because they are having the entire population data. When you are making a bill in the billing counter of Spencer or Big Bazaar, anything, your phone number is asked. You are identified by the phone number, and with respect to this phone number, what is your purchase? Your purchase in which season, which item you are buying frequently, which buying you are buying infrequently, what is your monthly expenditure towards Spencer, how frequently you are coming. Everything is there with them for every person. If in the Spencer 81,529 persons will come in a year, the Spencer is having the data of that 89,521 persons. So they are having the entire population. They need not go for any sample. From that, they can simply find out what is the trend. In which season, which product is being sold. This time, buy one, get one free was given. How much was the escalation for the particular product? In this particular locality, what is the frequency of selling this product? What is the frequency of that product? Then this year, it happens that in different, whatever be the offer being given in 15th August, that offer is not being given in 1st January. In 1st January, some different offer is given. So they are having the entire study on the basis of population. What is the seasonal impact on different products? For them, hypothesis testing is not required. when you are having the entire population. But in our social science, in most of the cases, nice to see you, Megnut, after a lot many days. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Nice to share the forum with you. I understand that Dr. Megnut Ghosh is also a very enriched person in this area. I was also looking for.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
How are you?
I am fine, sir. How are you?
Just all these things. So let us.
It is a very interesting session, sir. I am there from the beginning. Okay, I am there from the beginning. It's a very interesting session, very engrossing. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, this is Devanshu. Sir, this is Devanshu. How are you, sir?
Devanshu and Dr. Megnut Ghosh. So it is really a pleasure for me to see you in this particular forum. Okay, let us have a chat after this session. Now I think I'm boring people for lot many times, so I'll be making them free. So today I could tell you only what is hypothesis testing. When there is population which I can't access as a whole, I'm drawing out a sample of it, collecting the data of the sample, and I am having some hypothesized value, and on the basis of that sample, I am just validating whether my hypothesized value is the correct value regarding the population or not. That's the thing. So, suppose you have gone to a village, your objective is to find out what is the mean income of the villagers, and your hypothesized value is 32,500. Your hypothesized value is 32,500. Now, you have done the necessary hypothesis testing, simple jet test or t test you can do. Then your test result has come that null hypothesis is accepted with level of significance 5%. Okay, means what? Means yes, is 32,500 may be the population mean. But if you will ask me, are you sure? No, I can't give any guarantee. But I can say in 95% cases, it will be true. Level of significance 5 means I am accepting that in 5% cases, the population mean will deviate from my hypothesized value. I repeat, 5% level of significance means I admit, I accept that in 5% cases, my predicted or hypothesized value will differ from population real value. So, level of significance 10% means I am accepting 10% error in my predicting the population value. Level of significance 5% means I am accepting 5% error. That means if I will be predicting the income of some persons who are not in my sample, those 100 persons who are in my sample, I know their actual figure. But there are some persons who are not in the sample. Regarding predicting their income, I may predict rightly when I am having the hypothesis tested that in 95% cases it will come right, but it may come wrong in 5%. And 5% level of significance means I am allowing only 1% error in my estimate. This is the basic backdrop of hypothesis testing. Now, there are different sorts of hypothesis, and there are different sorts of hypothesis testing tools. Different hypothesis testing tools are called test statistics, like jet test, like t test, like pair t test, like ANOVA, one-way ANOVA, two-way ANOVA, chi-square, lot many tests. Now, in which case, which test is to be applied? That's the big thing. That's the big thing. So I believe you are fatigued enough in listening to me. So I'm just stopping here, and whatever I've discussed, let us receive some question, anything from your end. Thank you for your patient hearing. Now over to the organizer, and if there is any question from the participants.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So I would like to request Dr. Ghosh to sum up the session.
Thank you, sir. Well, very good evening to all of you. Santanu sir, the most important feature of Santanu sir is that, you know, he used to transform the critical jargons of statistics into layman's language, and that's what exactly he did today, right? Everybody of us, everybody of us is engrossed. Thank you so much for a very interesting session.
I'm just sharing one of my experience in my first book that I have written in.
Sir, I must say it's really a great session. I was there from very beginning of your session, sir. Shantanu sir, ভালো আছেন তো? Sir, দেবাংশু বলছি।
And you know, it's a very interesting, engrossing session. As sir rightly pointed out, the hypothesis testing is the most critical aspect of inferential statistics. And nowadays, it's on the verge of, you know, it's going out. Why? Because there is a big data technology that is actually grasping the entire system. And regression, well, regression is the building block of any predictive model. So whenever we try to build any predictive model, we try to, you know, go into advance. We cannot skip this regression model. And Sarah's explained the details of the regression model along with the goodness of fit of the model, right? How can we predict that whether my model is effective or not by means of the R-square value? And as well, you know, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We all are enlightened by your interesting lecture. Okay. Thank you so much. Actually, we have a very close association for a long time. And sir was my mentor. I used to enjoy his workshops very much, you know, from my PhD days. And
right,
today as well.
Same here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I believe the application part will be imparted to you in next 2 days. So,
where can we get the feedback form?
yes, I think organizers.
Feedback form already you can check in the this chat box. The feedback form already been given. Please check that and fill that up. Okay, fine.
I'm just
so the
with one sentence that see, whatever be the issue, correlation or regression or hypothesis testing, it's kind of 5 hours, 7 hours, and in my university I cover suppose regression maybe with at least 15 numbers of lectures. So here what I've done, I've just made a capsule of all the things, and with the given time I have just got the I've just shared the thing. So again I thank Vivekananda Institute of Management and Technology and the Indian Accounting Association, and especially my young brother Dr. Amitabha for organizing this thing and giving me the chance to share my views with you. Thank you. So may I leave right now?
Yes, sir. Just 1 minute, actually. So thank you so much, sir. As you know, Meghdut sir and Professor Chatterjee was telling association with you. So I must tell that I am into academics because of Shantanu sir. Coming back, so I was in corporate.
Shantanu sir is a great personality. Personality.
I was in corporate.
He's really a great one.
This academics because of Shantanu sir only. So again, thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time with us and conducting a wonderful session. So I was just checking the chat box that everyone was so impressed with the particular session you have conducted. So thank you so much for that, sir. So now I would like to request Professor Devan Chakraborty to conclude the session with vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amitabha sir. Am I being audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, SBIST and SBIMS, for giving me the opportunity to provide the vote of thanks for such wonderful session here. Before I start off my vote of thanks, I would like to start off with the list of Dr. Nandan Gupta sir, our Honorable Director sir, Povitro Gayan sir, our Deputy Director sir, Dr. Sharnabho Das sir, our principal of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, our own Dr. Shonali Ghosh Sharkar ma'am, principal of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, obviously without whom the session would not have been so beautiful and so well organized, Professor Amitabha Gupta sir, the joint convener of the session. Also, I would like to extend my heartily thanks to Dr. Manush Noshkar, joint convener of the session. Without the speakers, the session was nothing. So I would like to extend, all have given, sir, you have conducted the session so well. Still, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Debangshu Chatterjee and Dr. Meghdut Ghosh for conducting the session so beautifully. I would like to also extend my thanks to Dr. Shohag Joardar, Joint Treasurer, IIA SBB. Also, I would like to I'm really sorry, sir. My network got disconnected. Am I being audible, sir? Amitabh sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
I'm really sorry for the technical glitch here. I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Anirban Hajra and Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty. Last but not the least, I would congratulate MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, who had organized this wonderful event and also the 3-day long workshop on statistical analysis. It had been a wonderful session. Most importantly, without whose contribution this session would not have been completed, I would like to thank Dr. Arindam Gupta, Senior Vice President of IIA South Bengal Branch. Thank you, Amitabh sir, for providing me this opportunity of giving the vote of thanks. I would like to hand over the session back to you, sir.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Professor Devan Chakraborty, for giving this vote of thanks for this session. So we are formally concluding this session for the day. So all the participants will be again connecting tomorrow as per the schedule at 2 p.m. and our tomorrow's session is on practical application of Microsoft Excel in statistical analysis. So we will be starting exactly at 2 p.m. So please join there. And as you know, as you have already mentioned, there would be a assessment test tomorrow itself after the conclusion of the tomorrow's session, and we are planning for a surprise session after your test or before your test, so that as it's a surprise, so we are not going to discuss that. So there will be maybe a surprise session tomorrow. We are trying to organize tomorrow or maybe the after tomorrow. So that's all. So the happy learning, and we will definitely going to share the video recording as soon as we get definitely will be sharing as soon as we get that. So thank you so much for participating in this event. So see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. The feedback form has already been shared. Some of you are probably not able to fill that up. So it is still on, and we are not closing this link as of now. So the video, this feedback form is already there in the chat box. Please fill that up. And those who have already completed, they may leave the session.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Online assessment is scheduled on the third day, right? From
No, actually we have changed it actually a little bit. So we are going to conduct that tomorrow after the second after the Excel session.
Okay. So we will be having this online assessment on tomorrow or on both the days remaining?
No, only tomorrow. I can understand your question that way. How that can be conducted before third day session. So this third day session, the basic understanding of SPSS question would be there, because in the SPSS, the thing that will be taught, it is not possible for the candidate to give an assessment just after having the session. There is a practical session, so that's why you are excluding that. So the basic concept of SPSS few question may be there, but however, most of the questions would be there from today's session and tomorrow's session.
Okay, so there will be some practical kind of thing where we need to be submitting files, or it will be only theoretical?
No, it's only an MCQ based question. MCQ question.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarification.
Is meeting ended or not?